And they're off for the 128th season of racing at Fort Erie Racetrack. It was a perfect beginning. He's fully loaded, showing speed, but being pressured by Boston Bay. These two have opened up 2 lengths on 40 Flash, who's racing on the inside of Always Away. Then another 3 lengths back to Bill Needle, and the early trailer is Lulu's Lullaby. They roll into the turn. It's He's Fully Loaded, who's shaken 2 lengths clear of Boston Bay. 40 Flash asks for a little more from third as they pass the quarter in 22 and 2. Momentum on the outside from Always Away, who's bet down to 8 to 5. Well back to Lulu's Lullaby, who tries to get a rally going past Bill Needle. Less than a quarter of a mile to go. They swing for home, and it's He's Fully Loaded. He's Fully Loaded up by 2 and asks for a little more. Boston Bay trying to come back. Always Away is stalled a bit down the outside. The half was 45 flat. He's Fully Loaded, shook clear early, and he's not going to be headed in the final 16th of a mile. It's He's Fully Loaded by 2. Always Away second, then 40 Flash in Boston Bay. 5 furlongs and 57 and 1. And they're off. Silver Candace out sharply from the outside along the rail. Crafty Oaks also showing speed. Tamina is going to race from third on the outside. Mountain Sound dropping back early with the early trailer, Blazing Sky. It's the gray mare, Silver Candace, who's gotten clear to the rail from the outside post, but here comes Crafty Oaks to put the pressure on. They race within the half-mile pole. Tamina in a stalking position from third, just 2 lengths off the leaders. The opening quarter was a very quick 21 and 4. It's then 3 more lengths back to Mountain Sound, who's going to have pace to rally into, and Blazing Sky asked for more at the back. Silver Candace still moving quickly on the front end. She's opened up a length and a half on Crafty Oaks. Tamina off the rail. Mountain Sound also rallying wide, and that takes out Blazing Sky. They swing for the drive, and it's Silver Candace. She's still moving comfortably, but Crafty Oaks is finding more. Crafty Oaks ranging up to Silver Candace as they race within the furlong pole. Not today for Mountain Sound. Crafty Oaks and Jeffrey Alderson drawing clear in the home stretch. It's Crafty Oaks, much the best. Silver Candace going to hold second. A photo for show between Mountain Sound and Tamina. 5.5 in 103 and 2. And they're off. A very level beginning. Showing speed from the outside is Traverse. Along the rail is heading west. Also forwardly placed Natasha's Business. And between them, Chrome's Big Break is right there. On the inside, Bridge to Nowhere stalks the leading quartet with Mimi's Holiday wide on the course. Hard ridden early at the back is Ash Carnelli, who trails in tandem with Creative Performance. Into the turn they go. It is Chrome's Big Break with a narrow advantage over the 1-5 favorite Traverse. They went the quarter in a contested 22 and 1. Natasha's Business landed in a stalking spot 3 lengths back from third as Traverse takes the advantage from Chrome's Big Break. Bridge to Nowhere is going to try and rally up the inside past Heading West and Ash Carnelli, but they turn for the drive, and Traves moving comfortably on the lead. Chrome's Big Break is tired. Here comes Bridge to Nowhere with a late rally, going to try and make a race of it. Traves still moving comfortably. She's up by 4. Bridge to Nowhere into second, but she's not going to get close to Traves. Traves, Jeffrey Alderson gets a race-to-race double. Bridge to Nowhere second. Then Ash Carnelli and Chrome's Big Break, 5 furlongs in 57 and 1. And they're off in the sprint into Summer Cup. People are people ask for speed from the outside, but along the rail, video evidence is shooting to the front. People are people is going to be second in the early stages. Racing as a pair, that's Frack City and Best in Class. Then we have Sweeping Red, Between Horses British Sea, and the early trailer, wide on the course's Final Run for Love. Video evidence leads the way, but here comes People are people creeping closer on the outside. They race the opening quarter in 22 and 3. Frack City is third, being joined by Best in Class. Fifth is Sweeping Red. Final Run for Love tries to get going on the outside of British Sea. Less than a quarter of a mile to go. They swing for the drive in the sprint into Summer Cup. People are people having to work to get by video evidence, but now puts the head in front. They've drawn away from the rest of the field. People are people now has the advantage. Video evidence is second. It's well back to Best in Class, but People are people at 1 to 5 is going on to win. People are people by 4 lengths at the wire. Video evidence second, then Sweeping Red and Best in Class. 5 furlongs in 57 and 3. And they're off. Very level beginning. Wilberforce showing plenty of speed from the outside. Gus's Gamble looking for position on the inside with Paperback Hero between horses Ernie's Martini. Classy Whisper dropping back with Palace Prince to his inside. Then we have Kitty Holiday, and the early trailer is going to be Cupid's Claws. Wilberforce with an early rush has cleared to the inside. He's a length better than Paperback Hero. Gus's Gamble is stalking from the inside, racing as a pair with a headstrong Ernie Martini. They went the opening quarter in 22 and 3, and now Gus's Gamble is trying to make a bid up the inside, but had to take back. It's well back to Palace Prince racing in 5th, then Kitty Holiday, Cupid's Claws, and the new trailer is Classy Whisper. Paperback Hero ranging up comfortably to take the lead from Wilberforce. They've opened up 3 lengths on Ernie's Martini. The half was a very quick 44 and 4. Gus's Gamble trying to respond. Palace Prince is wangling wide, but here's Paperback Hero. He's opened up 3 at the head of the lane. Ernie's Martini coming into second with Wilberforce. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go. It's Paperback Hero. Did he do too much too early? Ernie's Martini is coming from the back. Here's Kitty Holiday. Paperback Hero looking for the wire. Kitty Holiday rallied from the back under Melanie Pinto. Wins a length over Ernie's Martini. Then Paperback Hero and Palace Prince. 6.5 in 1:16 and 1. And they're off. Frackamore out well with Legally Charitable and Julie's Mist. These three have opened up a length on Kid Gizmo, who's racing on the inside of Misty Point. Turf and Surf and Princess Buchero race as a pair. They're a length better than Crimson Knights, and the early trailer is Ghostly Perfection. Legally Charitable has now taken the advantage as they race within the half-mile pole, being pressed by Frackamore. 3 deep is Julie's Mist as they pass the quarter in 22 and 2. It's a gap of 2.5 to Kid Gizmo racing from 4th, a length better than Turf and Surf. Then Princess Buchero, Misty Point. Here comes Crimson Knights gaining momentum with Ghostly Perfection still at the back. A quarter of a mile left to go. Legally Charitable is getting out badly as they reach the head of the lane, and that's interfering with Julie's Mist. Frackamore all alone on the inside. Then Kid Gizmo. The half was 45 and 2. Legally Charitable still getting out, but a length and a half clear. Julie's Mist trying to come back on. Frackamore is on the inside. It's down to these three. Legally Charitable trying to hold off a late rush from Julie's Mist. Julie's Mist coming. Photo finish. What a performance by Julie's Mist. Julie's Mist and Legally Charitable in a photo, then Frackamore, Crimson Knights and Princess Buchero, 5.5, 103 and 4. And they're off in the Summer Solstice Cup. From the rail, Lysiade is showing speed. Speedy Lady and no layups. Here comes Disgruntled Pelican, and from the far outside, Ruby's Ghost. Also in the early mix is Emma's Last Gem. Daisy Crest racing in 7th on the outside, a length better than Super Honey Timber. Wide on the course, Sassy in Seattle with Faithful Gift, and the trailer is Towns a Breeze. 3 furlongs left to go in the Summer Solstice Cup. It's Lysiade past the quarter in 22 and 2, but here's the favorite, Ruby's Ghost, cruising up 3 deep. Speedy Lady is in contention between horses. It's 3 lengths back to no layups. Up the inside, Disgruntled Pelican, Daisy Crest. Here comes Sassy Seattle trying to make a late rally. Lysiade has responded to the challenge of Ruby's Ghost, but Ruby's Ghost finds another gear. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go, and Ruby's Ghost has a short lead over a persistent Lysiade. It's well back to the rest. Ruby's Ghost at 3 to 5, kicking clear. Ruby's Ghost and Melanie Pinto win the Summer Solstice Cup a length. Lysiade was second, then Speedy Lady and Super Honey Timber. 5 furlongs and 57 and 3. And they're off. Brady O'Brady out a bit slowly. Red Maple showing speed from the center along the inside back to Reality. Fascination Street racing in 3rd between horses. Deep on the course is Mobilizer. Sunyani on the fence with MC Jackhammer between them. Then a trio of Jack Beanstalk, Big Time Louie, and Mia and Me. 4 more lengths back to the trailing duo of One More Ring and Brady O'Brady. Round the Sunset Turn they go. The opening quarter was 22 and 1. It's a duel up front between Back to Reality and Red Maple. Sunyani is 2.5 lengths back on the inside from third with Fascination Street to his outside. Fifth on the outside is Mobilizer with MC Jackhammer. Mia and Me going to need to get going along the rail because as they turn for home, Back to Reality is shaken loose. It's Back to Reality up by 2. Up the inside, Sunyani, Fascination Street 3 deep. A quick half in 44 and 3, but that's not stopping Back to Reality. Back to Reality and Terry Husbands kicking clear to win by 4 at the wire. Back to Reality over Sunyani, Fascination Street, then closers Big Time Louie and One More Ring. 56 and 4. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fort Erie Racetrack on a finally summer feeling afternoon, our second day of the 40-day live racing season here. Main track is fast and we are off the turf today. It's 23 degrees Celsius. We've got a wind coming out of the west at 9 miles per hour. That's a headwind down the backstretch on this sunny day. The main track is fast, 30 minutes to first post. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing will be back next week at Fort Erie, Tuesday, June 10th. First post will be 4:30. Father's Day Sunday is coming up on June 15th, and we will be racing. Post time will be 12:15. There will be vendors, the farmers market, and food trucks on site for Father's Day. And also on Father's Day, we're going to have the Ultimate Dad Golf Prize. So be sure to come out on Father's Day and try and win your Fort Erie Father's Day Golf Prize. Dogs are coming back to Fort Erie this summer. The Wiener Dog races will be taking place on July 13th. Then on August 17th, we will have the Basset Hounds and Corgi races. Fort Foodie Fest coming up on July 27th. Post time 12:15. Don't miss out on the delicious action. Save the date, the 90th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be on Tuesday, September 9th. On Prince of Wales Day, we will be having a fashion contest. Who will be crowned the best dressed at the 90th Prince of Wales? And we want to wish a big thank you to New Holland. New Holland for partnering with us this year. New tractors working on the track. That's Oneida New Holland of Niagara. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $12.39 per person. The track pack includes one food item, one drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. We will be having non-winning ticket draws today. Bring your non-winning tickets to the customer service desk to enter a prize draw. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Pick 4 and Pick 5 pools guaranteed today. The Pick 5 is guaranteed at $10,000. They begin in races 1 and 4. Pick 4 is guaranteed at $7,500, kicking off in races 2 and 5. Jackpot High Five wagering offered in the 8th race today. The carryover is $1,576.99. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is permitted on the property. Changes on today's 8-race card. Race 1 is clear. No changes in the first. In race 2, no show and no superfecta wagering in race 2. Vet scratch the number 5, Grand Ambition. Race 3 is off the turf. It will be contested at 5 furlongs over the main track. Cancel show and cancel superfecta wagering in the 3rd. We have 2 Stewart scratches. Take out the number 4, Burkus, and the 6, Kind of Blue Kitten. Scratch numbers 4 and 6. In race 4, an overweight on the number 1, Charlita, 1 pound over at 113. And a vet scratch of the number 4, Flawless Quality. Race 5, we got a vet scratch of the number 7, Bad ZZ. Race 6, an overweight on the number 7, Name of the Game, 1 pound over at 113. Race 7 is off the turf. It will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. The main track only, number 8, Foolish Games, will draw in. And take note that it's not noted in the program, but the rider of the 8 Foolish Games, Zerrell Ford, is a 5-pound apprentice. The weight will remain at 117. And in race 8, vet scratch the number 5, 40 Flash. And we're happy to be back here for our second day of racing here at the Border Oval. It is a gorgeous Tuesday afternoon, 8 races on tap. Let's take a look at our selections on today's card. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We're going 5 furlongs on the main track for a price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Field of 5 to kick off the $10,000 guaranteed early pick 5. I've gone to the outside with the number 5 Core, going for Bob Warner. Pierre Mailhot will be in the saddle. I like Core because he looks like one who closes a bit in a race with a couple of speed types. You're going to see speed from Truly Mischief and Back to Reality. So if Core can sit an outside stalking trip, he might be able to prove best in the stretch. He had a very nice early part of the 24 campaign. Hit the top 3 in 6 out of 10 starts this last year. Core could get the trip. Number 3, Truly Mischief, closed out the 2024 season with a win for this price. Went gate to wire for rider Edgar Zenteno. Goes for the Jeff Voice Barn, who always does well here at Fort Erie. This is his first starter of the meet. Edgar Zenteno, last year's leading rider, still looking for his first win of the season. Truly Mischief, a back classy son of Into Mischief. Should be tough to beat here. Then the number 4, Back to Reality, claimed out of a winning effort last week, went gate to wire, took advantage of his fitness from Mountaineer. Chris Husband's picking up the mount for new trainer Joe Humber. Back to Reality might be able to make it 2 for 2 on the season. Race 4 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. The claiming price is $4,000, and we're going to sprint 5/8 of a mile here. Oh, sorry, race 2. That's my bad. I was thinking 4,000 claimer, got my wires crossed. I like on the inside the number 1, Anarchy. Big scratch in this race is the number 5, Grand Ambition, who is going to be a speed type from the outside. And that really plays into Anarchy's hand. Anarchy could be the lone speed here. He won 3 out of 7 last year. Got the inside post. Edgar Zenteno for the very live Nick Malini Jr. barn. Anarchy going to go gate to wire in the 2nd, not the 4th. Also for the Nick Malini barn is the number 4, Collaborative, who had a pretty solid campaign last year. 2 wins in 11 starts. Hit the top 3 in 7 of those 11 starts. Really doesn't run a bad one. He can go any distance. I expect Collaborative to come with a nice late run. I'm just not sure it'll be enough to catch up to Anarchy. And then the number 2, Far West. Nice to see Juan Pablo Silva back at the meet. Juan Pablo had some starters in the first half of last year's season. He's got a presence on today's card. Jose Campos in from Woodbine to ride. Far West is a 9-year-old son of Bodemeister. Raced at Mountaineer last week. Finished 5th in a 10-horse field for $4,000. 10-time winner in his 50-start career. Knows how to win a long time between wins, but Far West should be competitive with this group. Race 3, off the turf, scratched down to a field of 4. $62.50 maidens, going to go 5 furlongs over the main track here. Like I said, we're down to a field of 4, and this race has changed dramatically with the surface change. I landed on the number 3, Take My Allowance, now that we're on the dirt, just because he's the only one who's running any good on the dirt. He's been at Mountaineer. He's run 2nd, 3rd, knocking at the door, 3rd at Turf Paradise a few starts ago. Tactical speed, should be forwardly placed. It's a 4-horse field. Jose Campos riding this Juan Pablo Silva trainee. I just think he's the clear one to beat. Everyone else here either wants turf or can't run. On the inside, number 1, Screen Legend. He had a few starts on the dirt last year with no success. Went back to Woodbine. Did some good running on the turf and the synthetic here. He was my original pick on the turf. I thought he had a shot to beat Burkus. Now that he's on the main track, I don't know if Take My Allowance doesn't fire. Maybe he can stumble into the win. Juan Crawford riding for Julie Mathis. Number 5, Sugar Drop. Someone has to be 3rd. This one doesn't like the dirt, definitely prefers the turf, but again, someone has to be 3rd. Melanie Pinto, going to ride for trainer Joe Humber. Race 4, Maiden Allowance, Fillies and Mares, 5 furlongs, start of the $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5. Got a field of 6 here with the scratch of Flawless Quality, who is a big scratch here. Nick Malini Jr., sending out a new claim, the number 5, Linda's Opal, who was 3rd for $15,000 at Woodbine on May 16th. Daughter of Frack Daddy, going to try the dirt for the first time here. The dirt works aren't particularly fast. Actually, there's a couple okay ones, 48 and 4 back in April. She looks like she has the speed, and again, this isn't much of a group, especially with the scratch of Flawless Qualities. I think Linda's Opal just looks like the one to go all the way. Number 6, Almasty's Pride. First starter for trainer Corey McChesney. Ishmael Mascara going to ride this one. She's got a handful of works coming into her career debut. This is daughter of Almasty, who's a little-known Ontario sire. Again, I just don't think this is much of a group. We got a 5 furlong gate work, which is something. On the outside, number 7, Princess of Denmark. Definitely would rather see this one on turf down the road. Don't think she's much of a dirt horse. She didn't do much running in her dirt start on October 14th. But mind you, that was a sloppy track. Maybe on a fast surface she'll be a little better. At least she showed some speed that day. She did make the early lead. Pierre Mailhot going to ride for trainer Richard Davis. Princess O Denmark, maybe worth a look. Race 5, going to kick off the late pick 4 on the program. It's a 5,000 non-winners of 2 for fillies and mares. Going 5 furlongs over the main track. Scratch number 7, Bad Zizi. That leaves us with a field of 6 here. I landed on the inside. Another Mountaineer shipper for the Juan Pablo Silva barn. The number 1, Robbins Tough Love, got beat ahead for 4,000 at Mountaineer on May 19th. Broker maiden in a restricted race for Calbreds back at Santa Anita in January. I don't know how that's going to stack up here. Calbreds aren't the best, but Santa Anita, nothing to sneeze at. Should be well placed from the inside. You have Jose Campos in the saddle. I think this one's worth a look from the rail. The number 5, Now You See Me, makes her first start of the season, was claimed for 5,000 by the John Sims barn back in November. Now You See Me is a pretty consistent runner. Hit the board in 5 out of 8 last year. Broker maiden for 75. Had some good races going 2 turns on the inner turf. I think 5/8 is a little too short for her, and I'm a little leery about the dirt. But she has been breezing pretty steadily. 48-1 handily back on May the 20th. And the Sims barn off to a good start. Number 2, Tachyon Speed, Cheyenne Kerr, down to ride for trainer Warren LeBlanc. This one's been training at Woodbine. Had a very impressive win here back in September for maiden 8,000. Drew off by 10 lengths. Wasn't much of a group, as it often is in maiden blowout wins. Tachyon Speed 1 for 20. Might need to start off the bench, but definitely not out of the conversation. Race 6 is an allowance race. 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. We're going 5.5 furlongs. Final pick 3 of the card here. And we got a field of 7 going to gate for this $24,000 purse. Number 4, Sir Maximus. I'm really riding this Juan Pablo Silva train today. Sir Maximus exits a win going a mile against non-winners of 2 allowance types at Mountaineer after being shipped out from California. Won him going a mile last time, but back in December, won a race in California going 6 furlongs at Los Alamitos against 3-year-olds for 30,000. So that's something. 72 buyer looks pretty good here. This one has some speed. Should be the one to beat. Number 5, Grand Spirited. This one goes for the Richard Davis barn, Ishmael Mascara riding. This one actually raced in many stakes as a 2- and 3-year-old. Won the Simcoe, the sales stake, as a 2-year-old. Hasn't been able to win again, though. Had some good races against OS 40 non-3s at Woodbine last year. They're taking advantage of this allowance condition. 5.5 might be a little short. He does not have much speed. He will likely be falling back early and trying to make a late run. We'll see if he's good enough to reel in Sir Maximus. Number 3, Ligarazzo, another Juan Pablo Silva trainee in good form at Mountaineer and Turf Paradise. 2 wins and a close second in his last 3 starts. Just tough to knock this one, and he could be the speed. Race 7, off the turf, going to go 6.5 furlongs over the main track. It's a starter optional claimer for fillies and mares, which have started for a price of $8,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for $12,500. And with the surface change, this race really changes in complexion. We're going 1 turn on the dirt, and we have a very dangerous new horse, the number 8, Foolish Games. Tony Adamo claimed this one for Icon Stables at Woodbine for $10,000 back on May 16th. Ran a very game race, got beat ahead by Gizmo's BFF. And we know Foolish Games likes the dirt because back in 2023, she came down here and got beat a nose in the $100,000 Rondo Bay behind Fashionly Fab, who's been an absolute monster up at Woodbine in the last couple of seasons. Foolish Games has the speed from the outside, and I just think she is the pure class of this field. Zerald Ford, an apprentice coming down from Woodbine into ride for trainer Tony Adamo. Number 5, Born to Be Good. I didn't like this horse when this was on the turf, but now that we're on the dirt, there's not much dirt for him in this race, and Born to Be Good has a very nice dirt record. 7 top 3 finishes and 10 starts over a fast track. 6.5 furlongs. Probably wants a little longer. A route is probably best for her, but she has one going 6.5. Alexis Sanchez going to ride for trainer Steve Cathcart. They teamed up to win the first race of the season last week. Born to Be Good. Worth a look. Number 3, Sweet Serenade. Didn't do much running between Mahoning Valley and Charlestown this winter. Does have some good dirt form here at Fort Erie, including a win in a similar starter allowance back in September. Julie Mathis trains this one for Bruno Schickedan's. Terry Husbands had a winner last week. Sweet Serenade. You're going to see her do well going long on the turf later this season, but I think she can have a good start here to kick off the meet. Last race of the day, race 8, starter optional claimer, 3-year-olds and up, which have started for $8,000 or less in the last 2 years, or claiming price of $12,500. The distance is 6.5. Got a couple of real heavy hitters here. I've landed with the number 4, Blue Max. Been winter raced at Mahoning Valley by the Kevin Buttigieg barn and had good results. Had an allowance win back in January. Been on the edges at the $15,000 open level. 9-time winner in 45 starts. Loves the dirt. Perfect 3 for 3 here at Fort Erie. Edgar Zenteno going to ride this Kevin Buttigieg trainee. I like Blue Max. Obviously, the horse to beat is the outside horse, number 9, Victory March. He has a freakish turn of foot here on the Fort Erie dirt. When he turns the accelerator on, he really gets rolling. Last year won the Long Run Retirement Cup and the Helsinki MSA Cup. Almost 6 lengths in the Helsinki MSA. It was a very impressive performance. 5 for 7 on the Fort Erie dirt. The losses come in races that are just a little too short for him. Voided claim back in November at Woodbine. I don't love that, but they've had lots of time to freshen this one up. He had the winter off. He's been firing bullets breezing in the morning. Ishmael Mascara riding for John Sims. Victory March, the one to beat. Then for third, I've gone with the number 3, My 2, Aunt Jones. Claimed for $5,000 out of Mahoning Valley back in March. Raced at Woodbine in a starter optional on May 18th and actually had a nice run up the inside to finish 5th against some pretty classy horses. The dirt, definitely better for My 2, Aunt Jones. Should be running on late in the stretch. So there you have it. 8 races on tap for today's card. 12 minutes to first post. Enjoy this beautiful Tuesday here at Fort Erie, and best of luck with all of your wagers.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
What's up, Fort Erie? Hey, did you know that every time you place a wager at the Fort Erie racetrack, you actually have 2 chances to win? So after you place your wager on the horses, if it's a non-winning ticket, you take it over to customer service, put it in the basket in our non-winning ticket draw, and you might win a bunch of amazing prizes. We got shirts to give away. We have a growler from Silversmith Brewery. You can head over to Silversmith Brewery, get a whole bunch of beers on us. We got awesome hats. We have hats. Look at this awesome hat to celebrate the 90th anniversary of the Prince of Wales Stakes, or everyone's favorite local chef, Matty Matheson, a local legend, best chef in town, one of his cookbooks. You could win this, all kinds of other stuff. just head over to customer service with your non-winning ticket. The ladies will hook you up with all the details.
Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2025 or which have never won 4 races. We're traveling a distance of 5 furlongs, going for a claiming price of $6,250 down to $6,000, competing for a purse of $19,800. Race 1 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. That pool guaranteed at $10,000. Race 1 post parade, number 1 is Rise My Guy. Kirk Johnson riding for trainer George Newland and owner Lincoln Rodhay. Number 2 is Sunyani. Leo Salas riding for trainer Michael Cohen and owner Fortunato Galati. Number 3 is Truly Mischief. Edgar Zenteno in the saddle for trainer Jeff Voice and owners Robin Voice and Melinda Schuett. 4, Back to Reality. Chris Husbands riding for trainer Joe Humber and owner Eleanor Tonguzzo. Completing the field, number 5 is Core. Pierre Mailhot riding for trainer Bob Warner, who owns in partnership with Nancy Warner. 5 minutes to post for race 1, $10,000 guaranteed early. Pick 5 kicks off here. One minute to post. Starting gate is in position. Not much time left to get your race 1 wagers in. $10,000 guaranteed early. Pick 5 begins here. Race 1 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 6-5 favorite is the number 3, Truly Mischief. Now even money, 9-5 on the number 4, Back to Reality. First to load, Rise My Guy with Kirk Johnson. Sunyani, Leo Salas. Truly Mischief and Edgar Zenteno, even money favorite. Back to Reality, a winner last week. Chris Husbands aboard. Last in, Core with Pierre Mailhot. All set. And they're off. Very level beginning. Hustled from the inside is Rise My Guy, Back to Reality, and now splitting horses is Truly Mischief. Sunyani going to fall behind this trio with Core racing to the outside under a ride. They race within the half-mile pole, and they're still stacked up 3 deep. Truly Mischief and Back to Reality as Rise My Guy takes back into third. Core is moving well on the outside from fourth. He's less than 3 lengths off of the leaders, and the trailer is now Sunyani. The opening quarter was a contested 22 flat, but Truly Mischief has now opened up 2 lengths and moving comfortably. Rise My Guy trying to come back on into second, pass Back to Reality. Core has been 3 wide, and Sunyani trying to wind up. Rise My Guy is going to try and slip up the inside to re-challenge Truly Mischief, but Truly Mischief is finding more. It's Truly Mischief up by 2. The battle is for place. Rise My Guy, Sunyani with a late rally, but they're not going to get to Truly Mischief. Truly Mischief and Edgar Zenteno cruising into the wire for a 2-length score. Rise My Guy held second from Sunyani, then Back to Reality and Core. 5 furlongs and 57-3. Unofficial in the opener, the winner is number 3, Truly Mischief. Second is the 1, Rise My Guy. Third, number 2, Sunyani. And fourth, number 4, Back to Reality. Unofficial race 1 order, 3-1-2-4. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's first race, number 3, Truly Mischief. Truly Mischief is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Into Mischief out of Truly Blushed, bred in Kentucky by Newton Anner Stud. 2024 leading rider Edgar Zenteno scores his first win of the season. Truly Mischief is trained by Jeff Voice for owners Robin Voice and Melinda Schuett. Truly Mischief picking up where he left off last season with a winning effort, completing the 5 furlongs in a time of 57-3. Congratulations to the connections of Truly Mischief. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. And race 1 is official. Prices are up. Truly Mischief returns $480 to win, $390 and $220. Second number 1, Rise My Guy, $450 to place, $310. Third number 2, Sunyani, $250 to show. $2 Exacta 3-1, $20.70. The $1 Try, $312, $43 even. $1 Super, $3124, $74.25. And we had a claim out of the first race. Number 4, Back to Reality, claimed by Icon Racing Stables, moves to the barn of trainer Tony Adamo. Father's Day Sunday, coming up June 15th, we will be racing. Post time will be 12:15. Be sure to come out. We'll have vendors, the farmers market, and food trucks on site. And as if you needed another reason to come out on Father's Day, we will be having the Ultimate Dad Golf Prize here at Fort Erie. Race 2 is coming up in 18 minutes. There's no show and no superfecta wagering in race 2. Vet Scratch the number 5, Grand Ambition, 18 minutes to post.
Race 2 kicks off the early pick 4. It's a 5-furlong event here, in for the $4,000 tag, and these are for 3-year-olds and upward, which have not won a race in 2025 or have not won 4 races in their career. And huge scratch in here with the outside runner, the 5 Grand Ambition, being out. It does leave us with a field of 4, and I think this race on paper, at least, it looks like it belongs to the 1 Anarchy. This one for Nick Maloney Jr. Impressive resume here at Fort Erie. Pretty much shows up to the dance every single time, and a horse that has a lot of early speed, draws the inside, and can be more competitive than the $4,000 level. I can see obviously in for the waiver, so I think the thought process here is to see where he's at as a 7-year-old and hopefully pick up the top prize money in terms of if this one can win here and he's protected. So go to Anarchy as the top pick. The 4 Collaborative is the stablemate, a horse that sometimes has been forward and has been effective, but as of late has been more sitting the trip, just a length or 2 off of it, and has tried to roll. We'll see what this one can do off the layoff. The workouts are fine, and this is a barn just in general. I talked about it with Anarchy, but they're always ready to fire off their freshening. Now, really quickly, since it is a compact field, we'll talk about the other 2 runners, and here are the 2 far west. A fresh face to Fort Erie. This one trained by Juan Pablo Silva. The last 2 races have not been great, but look at the level of competition. A first-level allowance at Presque Isle, completely different surface, and then dropped in for 4,000, just wasn't competitive at Mountaineer, but races 3 back and even further down in the past performances suggest maybe he could come to life here, but obviously I have some reservations, failing as the favorite last time out while in for 4,000. And finally, the 3 Exceed. The George Newland runner in the opener ran pretty well. Maybe he can do the same. A 7-year-old horse who was 1 for 14 last year, but I think he needs pace help based on what we've seen as of late. And those races, different surface, so maybe you draw a line through them and just think, let's look at the dirt races. And another one that I still think will need pace help in here. And unfortunately, in my opinion, it looks like the 1 Anarchy might get away here on the front end. So he is the top pick for me. He will be a short price, though. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2025 or which have never won 4. Going for a claiming price of $4,000. Traveling a distance of 5 furlongs, competing for a purse of $13,500. No show and no superfecta wagering in today's second race. Race 2 offers win place, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. That pool guaranteed at $7,500. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is Anarchy. Edgar Zenteno riding for owner-trainer Nick Malini Jr. Number 2 away from post parade is Far West. Jose Campos in to ride for trainer Juan Pablo Silva and owner Tijuana Racing Stables. Number 3 is Exceed. Matthew Dennis in the saddle for trainer George Newland and owner Lincoln Rodhay. Completing the field, number 4 is Collaborative. Terry Husbands riding for trainer Nick Malini Jr. and owners Centennial Farms Niagara Incorporated, John Lennox, and Jim Craig. 3 minutes to post for race 2, $7,500 guaranteed early. Pick 4 kicks off here. Starting gate is in position. Not much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. Race 2 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First to come up will be the 2-5 favorite, Anarchy, looking to give Edgar Centeno a riding double. Far West in from Mountaineer with Jose Campos aboard. Far West a bit reluctant to come up. Goes in. Exceed with Matthew Dennis. Last in will be Collaborative with Terry Husbands. All set. And they're off. Anarchy out sharply from the inside, goes to the lead with Exceed, 3/4 of a length, now a full length behind in second. Out wide in third is Collaborative, and then it's a gap of 3 more to Far West. Anarchy, all on his own, has already opened up 4 lengths on Exceed as they race into the turn. It's another 2 to Collaborative, and then Far West trails this well spread out group. They're about 8 lengths front to back, this field of 4. Anarchy went the opening quarter in 22-1, not asked for anything yet as they reached a quarter pole. He's 5.5 lengths up on Exceed. Collaborative biding his time from third, and it's well back to Far West, but they turn into the drive, and Edgar Centeno has not moved a muscle on Anarchy. It's Anarchy extending the margin as he pleases within the 8th pole. He's up by 6, now 7. Exceed trying to make a late rally, well back to Collaborative, but nobody's going to touch Anarchy. A much the best performance. Geared down, wins by 3. Exceed was second, then Collaborative and Far West, 5 furlongs, 57 flat. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 1, Anarchy. Second, number 3, Exceed. Third, number 4, Collaborative. And fourth, number 2, Far West. Unofficial race 2 order, 1, 3, 4, 2. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 1, Anarchy. Anarchy is a 7-year-old bay gelding by New Year's Day out of Be a Gem, bred in Kentucky by Flying H Stables LLC. Edgar Zenteno now 2 for 2 on today's card. Anarchy, owned and trained by Nick Malini Jr. 6th win in 19 starts for Anarchy. Now 3 for 6 over the Fort Erie Dirt. He completes the 5 furlongs easily in 57 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Anarchy. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. And race 2 is official. Prices are up. Anarchy pays $2.90 to win, $2.10. Second, number 3, Exceed, $2.60 to place. There was no show wagering in race 2. $2 Exacta 1-3 paid $5.70. The $1 Try 1-3-4, $8.40. No superfecta wagering in race 2. $2 Double 3-1, $9.40. We had a claim out of race 2. The number 3, Exceed, claimed by Icon Racing Stables, moves to the barn of trainer Tony Adamo. The Fort Erie Racetrack family is deeply saddened by the passing of Conrad Cohen, a longtime member of the Fort Erie Live Racing Consortium Board of Directors. His dedication, wisdom, and passion for our community and the sport of horse racing left an incredible mark. Conrad's tireless service and warm spirit will be remembered fondly. Changes for race 3. We are off the turf. Race 3 will now be run at 5 furlongs over the main track. No show and no superfecta wagering in race 3 as we are scratched down to a field of 4. Stewart scratched the number 4, Burkus, and Stewart scratched the number 6, Kind of Blue Kitten. Take out numbers 4 and 6. 18 minutes to post for race 3.
Race 3 is a maiden claiming event price of $6,250. Now, this was originally carted for the turf, moves to the main track at the 5 furlong distance. The 4, Burkus is out, as well as the 6, Kind of Blue Kitten, leaves us with a field of 4. And I think in terms of the horse to beat now, in my opinion, is actually the 3, Take My Allowance. This one for Juan Pablo Silva was previously trained by Jose Silva, and you see those starts down at Mountaineer where this horse was competitive but just not getting the job done. A lot of seconds and thirds in those performances, chased the pace in those races as well, but just couldn't deliver. And I guess the concerning part is those 2 most recent races, this horse was favored and couldn't get the job done. But obviously comes to a new track today. They were hoping to try the turf another time, as this one only had 1 turf race. But I think the dirt races in terms of those performances might be good enough. And I think the cutback from 6 to 5 won't hurt this horse at all, really, based on what we saw. The effort 2 back is probably his best as of late. And then for me, I guess the second choice would be the 1, Screen Legend, who is 0 for 3 on the dirt. Now, we saw this horse in 3 starts last year. The first one on the dirt was on opening day in the Sprint to Summer Cup, where this one sat mid-pack and actually ended up finishing last as the favorite. And you can see he showed speed in the following 2 starts, just couldn't stick. But maybe now as a 4-year-old, the time off has suited this one well. And I have to say, the dirt works are trending in the right direction. Some speedy drills, especially the one just about a week ago, the fastest worker at the 4 furlong distance on May 27th. That was from the gate and went 48 flat. So maybe this one's had a wake-up call. And obviously Juan Crawford has ridden this horse up at Woodbine to some decent performances. So I think these 2 kind of stand out in here. But just to talk about the others, the 2, Nina de Mama for Joe Humber, 2 starts to date. Another one that's broke pretty decently in those races, hasn't taken a lot of play, but backed out of them both. I think you can forgive the debut. It was over a muddy going, but obviously could not keep up in that most recent performance. And then the 5, Sugar Drop, is actually his stablemate. This is a daughter of Free Drop, Billy, who was able to hit the board last time out when we saw this one. I think the concern is that race was on the grass. This is a horse that I think I would have used had we been on the turf at 5 furlongs. But since we're on the main track, a little bit of a tougher sell for me. So I thought it was between the 1 and the 3. End up going to the nuke face here, the 3, Take My Allowance. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 3rd race. Race 3 is a maiden claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, going for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Off the turf, this race will be run at a distance of 5 furlongs over the main track, and we're competing for a purse of $18,900. No show and no superfecta wagering in race 3. Race 3 offers win place, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 3 Post Parade, number 1 Screen Legend, races for John Brown. Juan Crawford will ride for trainer Julie Mathis. Number 2 is Nino de Mama. Chris Husbands in the saddle for trainer Joe Humber, who owns in partnership with Brian Hayhoe. Number 3 is Take My Allowance. Jose Campos riding for trainer Juan Pablo Silva and owner Tijuana Racing Stables. Scratch the 4. Number 5 is Sugar Drop. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Robert Elkins. Scratch the 6. We have 4 minutes to post for race 3. Race 3 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First to load will be the 4 to 5 favorite Screen Legend with Juan Crawford. Nino de Mama and Chris Husbands. Take My Allowance with Jose Campos. Last in will be Sugar Drop and Melanie Pinto. Co-favorites at 6 to 5 are Screen Legend and Take My Allowance. All set. And they're off. Slow out of the gate was Nino de Mama. Screen Legend is showing speed, but between horses, Take My Allowance is rushing up to put the pressure on. Sugar Drop is 3 deep. Nino de Mama right back into contention from the inside. They race within the half-mile pole. The leader is now Take My Allowance, bet down to 1 to 2 as they go into the turn. The lead is now a length. Screen Legend into second. Sugar Drop is third on the outside, and Nino de Mama now 4 lengths off the leader. 23-1, a very reasonable opening quarter. 5/16 of a mile left to go, and now Screen Legend has come off the rail to re-challenge Take My Allowance. These two have opened up 5 lengths on Sugar Drop and Nino de Mama. They turn for home. It's a duel between Take My Allowance and Screen Legend. Take My Allowance trying to fight back on the inside, but Screen Legend is going well. Screen Legend now Take My Allowance fighting back. It's these two up by 7. Take My Allowance the inside. Screen Legend battling on, but Take My Allowance is going better. Take My Allowance and Jose Campos win by 1.5. Screen Legend second. Well back to the stablemate Sugar Drop and Nino de Mama. 5/8 in 58 and 3. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 3, Take My Allowance. Second is the 1, Screen Legend. Third, number 5, Sugar Drop. And fourth, number 2, Nino de Mama. Unofficial race 3 order, 3-1-5-2. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 3, Take My Allowance. Take My Allowance is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Will Take Charge out of Allowances, bred in California by Richard Barton Enterprises. Ridden to victory today by Jose Campos. Take My Allowance is trained by Juan Pablo Silva for Tijuana Racing Stables. Take My Allowance breaks the maiden in start number 11, his Fort Erie debut, completing the 5 furlongs in a time of 58 and 3. Congratulations to the connections of Take My Allowance. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. Race 3 is official. Prices are up. Take My Allowance. Pays $3 to win, $2.10. Second number 1, Screen Legend, $2.10 to place. No show wagering in race 3. The $2 exacta 3-1, $3.90. $1 try, $3.15, $4.75. $2 double, 1-3, $6.60. And the $1 pick 3, $7.60. Dog races are coming back to Fort Erie this summer. On August 17th, we'll have the Basset Hounds and Corgi races. But if you can't wait that long, the Wiener Dogs will be taking the track on July 13th. Registration details available at forterieracing.com. Changes for race 4, we have an overweight on the number 1, Charlita, 1 pound over at 113. Vet scratch the number 4, Flawless Quality. 17 minutes to post.
What's up, Fort Erie? Father's Day is coming up, one of our biggest days of the year. It's always amazing here at the Fort Erie Racetrack on Father's Day. We're going to have the food trucks here, we're going to have the farmers market here, but also new this year, we have an amazing giveaway, the Ultimate Golf Dad Package. All you got to do is place your wager, take your non-winning ticket over to customer service, put it in the basket. You can win a round of golf, a brand new putter, this amazing golf shirt and hat, and then best of all, Silversmith Brewing is throwing in a growler. After you're done, head over to Silversmith, take your growler there. They're going to fill it up for you. You're going to have a couple beers on us. It's going to be a great time.
Race 4 up next, another maiden event here, though. Maiden special weight competition. 5 furlongs is the distance for these fillies and mares. And it's been a lively bunch here in the saddling ring as well as the paddock. Just a lot of action. You have some horses that lack that experience, and it's certainly shown. One of the horses going by here is a first-time starter, and she's been on her toes since she got over here in the paddock. But I do think this is a race where race day experience is going to pay off. The 5, Linda's Opal, I think benefits from the scratch of the 4, and now it's probably the clear standout in here. It's not going to offer a lot of value, but this one, first off the claim for these connections. They picked this one up for $15,000 last time up at Woodbine. That was 5.5, and that was an event that was on a different surface, but this horse showed speed, and I guess for the connections, it's a good thing that she lost, because obviously she's eligible to run now here, and they can pick up a check that would be pretty good money, considering they claimed her for $15,000. They could recoup a lot of that funds, but just looking at the Frack Daddies, obviously sprinting on the dirt here, surface change should be no issues, and Nick Maloney Jr. and Edgar Centeno going to look for another win on the program as they teamed up earlier on the card with Anarchy. So the 5, Linda's Opal, is the top pick. From here, let's go to the outside, the number 7, Princess O' Denmark, who tried the dirt late last year. Final start of the season, but also the first since going to the barn of Richard Davis, and she showed speed and she faltered. I wonder if part of that was because of the off track. It was sloppy that day, and you can see she just backed out of it. She only beat 2 other horses in there, and now I want to see what she can do on a fast track. I think it's good that she showed a little bit of early foot. Do I think she's as quick as the 5, Linda's Opal? No, but maybe she'll be chasing. She could at least hang around for a share. I mentioned there is a firster in here, the number 1, Charlotta, here for Josh Robillard. Horse looks great here. It carries a lot of weight, a 4-year-old daughter of Black Eagle, and you can see Joe Humber actually bred this one. In terms of the drills, I think some of them have been on the good side of things. The last time 48-4, the 12th fastest of 34 at the distance, and it showed some speed. Obviously, she was training last year as a 3-year-old filly. Never made it to the races, but does have 4 published drills in preparation for her debut. Like I said, she looks good. She's been on her toes. She looks a little feisty. Josh Robillard had her hands full. I should say he had his hands full getting this one saddled. But we'll see what this one can do breaking from the rail. It's never ideal as a first-time starter to have the rail. And luckily her works have been fast enough. We'll see what she can do. Maybe she will show some speed in here. But they'll all be chasing. It looks like the 5, Linda's Opal, my top pick. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's fourth race. Race 4 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, traveling a distance of 5 furlongs, competing for a purse of $21,600. Race 4 offers win place show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. Race 4 post parade, number 1 is Charlita. Matthew Dennis riding for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Aaron Rickman. Number 2 is Rolling Rocks. Alexis Sanchez in the saddle for trainer Roy Augustino and owners Leslie Crow and Ron Braley. Michael Bennett owns and trains the number 3 Lots of Legacies, the rider Chris Husbands. Scratch to 4, number 5 is Linda's Opal, racing for True Stride Horse Racing. Edgar Zenteno rides for trainer Nick Malini Jr. Away from parade, number 6 is Almasty's Pride. Ishmael Mascara rides. Corey McChesney trains and part owns with Canny Ing. Completing the field, number 7, Princess O' Denmark. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Richard Davis and owner Hesty Sport Incorporated. 1 minute to post for race 4. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5 kicks off here. Not much time left to get your race 4 wagers in. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5 kicks off here. We've got a 1-5 favorite, the number 5 Linda's Opal. 7-2 action on the number 7 Princess of Denmark. They're approaching the starting gate. Race 4 field behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 1-2 on the number 5 Linda's Opal. First to load, Charlita with Matthew Dennis. First time starter by Black Eagle. Charlita steps in. Gate 2 for Rolling Rocks, Alexis Sanchez. Lots of Legacies and Chris Husbands. Lots of Legacies goes in. 1-9 on Linda's Opal. Edgar Zenteno looking for a triple on the day. Another first-time starter, Almasty's Pride with Ishmael Mascara. Almasty's Pride goes in. Last up, Princess of Denmark and Pierre Mailhot. All set. And they're off. Almasty's Pride out a bit slowly. It's a real tussle for the early lead. Charlita showing speed from the inside, but splitting horses. Linda's Opal also looking clear. Lots of Legacies trying to split them. Wide on the course, Princess of Denmark in this early tussle for the lead. It's 3 more lengths to Rolling Rocks and Almasty's Pride. They race into the turn, just over 3 furlongs to travel. It's Linda's Opal being pressed by Princess of Denmark. 4 lengths back to Charlita in third, past a quarter in 22 and 3. Then Lots of Legacies fourth. Almasty's Pride racing wide, and at the back, Rolling Rocks. A quarter of a mile to travel. It's Linda's Opal, who's opened up 2.5 comfortably on Princess of Denmark, who's tired. Charlita angles off the inside to try and launch a rally, giving room to Rolling Rocks. Down the stretch they come. There's a furlong to go, and they've got 6 lengths, now 7 to make up on Linda's Opal. Linda's Opal going on to impressive victory. The battle is for second. Charlita and Rolling Rocks rallying up the inside. Geared down at the wire. Linda's Opal, much the best. Linda's Opal by 8, but could have been more. Rolling Rocks for second, then Charlita. A photo for fourth between Princess of Denmark and Lots of Legacies. 5 furlongs and 59 flat. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 5, Linda's Opal at 1-9. Second is the 2, Rolling Rocks. Third, number 1, Charlita. And fourth, number 7, Princess O' Denmark. Unofficial race 4 order, 5-2-1-7. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 4th race, number 5, Linda's Opal. Linda's Opal is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Frack Daddy out of Lady Marchfield, bred here in Ontario by Susan Rasmussen. Jockey Edgar Zenteno scores a triple on the card and trainer Nick Malini Jr. a double. Linda's Opal races for True Stride Horse Racing. Going off the claim to break the maiden and start number 9 in impressive fashion, Linda's Opal completes the 5 furlongs in a time of 59 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Linda's Opal. Hold all tickets until race 4 is made official. And race 4 is now official. Prices are up. Linda's Opal returns $230 to win, $210 and $210. Second, number 2, Rolling Rocks, $670 to place, $410. Third, number 1, Charlita, $450 to show. $2 exacta 5-2, $1640. The $1 try, 5-2-1, $30-60. $1 super, 5-2-1-7, $111, 10 cents. $2 double, 3-5, 520, and the $1 pick 3, 490. On screen now, the 4th place photo from race 4. And we'd like to wish a happy 16th birthday to Aiden Rhombus. Happy birthday, Aiden, from your family here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Fort Foodie Fest is returning this year on Sunday, July 27th, starting at noon. Don't miss the delicious action. Changes for race 5. We've got a vet scratch of the number 7, Bad ZZ. Take out the 7. 18 minutes to post.
4 races down, 4 races left to go here on the Tuesday program. 5 furlong event up next here on the main track for fillies and mares. Non-winners of 2 Life in for the $5,000 tag. And looking at this field, to me, there's probably 2 directions to go into. There is a scratch here of the number 7, Bad ZZ, and I think the outer 2 in here, the 5, and Now You See Me, and the 6, Bamboo's Babe, are the top 2. And I think it's going to be tough once again to beat the morning line favorite, Now You See Me. This one first off the claim here for John Sims, who partially owns this one with Denise Carpenter. And from an ownership standpoint, Denise does very well with John, a longtime partnership. They've had a lot of success, had some success last year in cup races as well. And you look at this daughter of Hyper in her resume, she's really done little wrong. 8 starts, a win in 4 seconds. And looking at the trips that she's gotten, she can be more forward if the fractions are softer. She can close from off of it. And I think the curious part with her here is the 5 furlong distance. She's never gone this short in her life. This is a cutback in distance. The shortest she ever went was on debut at 6 furlongs, and she sort of was even throughout. So I'll have to see how she handles the dirt, but does have works here locally, a slew of them, does have a bullet drill too back, and I think she's going to need to be a little bit more forward based on her last few performances to be involved. As we know, speed does very well here. We saw that on opening day, and we've seen that so far on the program. Now, I mentioned the other horse might be the 6, Bamboo's Babe, who does come out of a 1.70-mile race in the fall and has been on the shelf. But Stephen Cathcart and Alexis Sanchez, they teamed up in the opener on opening day and had luck early in the program. This one showed early foot last time out, but even in some of those sprint races, when this one was able to graduate, was going 5.5 and took them on the front end, was able to draw clear by a length and a quarter. Actually beat Fulcra in that race, who she will tackle again today. So we'll see. I have a feeling this will be a send mission with that outside post. They're probably just going to try to see how quick she can go early and if she can get to the front. Outside of these 2, I think it is wide open. Looked at the one a little bit, Robin's Tough Love, just on the fact that this is a horse coming to Fort Erie for the first time, but ultimately went to the 2, Tachyon Speed here for Warren LeBlanc. I know the last 2 races last year weren't good, but I'm going to draw a line through the race up at Woodbine, and I'm going to draw a line through the race 2 back, and just think a lot had to do with level. This horse was able to graduate very nicely while in for 7,000, going 6 furlongs of the main track, and I realized it was a short field, went pretty slow, but still was a 10.25 length winner, and followed that up with a decent third where they obviously went quicker earlier, and she just couldn't be as forward. I don't think she's necessarily as speedy when you kind of look at the times of those 2 races, but I will say Cheyenne Kerr's been aboard her in those last 4, and obviously those 2 good performances stand out. So we'll see what this combination can do here. I think it's going to be interesting to see how this race pans out. But for me, it's between the 5 and the 6, and I do give a nod here to the 5 out of the John Sims barn. Good luck.
field is making their way on track for today's 5th race. Race 5 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. Going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $47.50. Traveling a distance of 5 furlongs, competing for a purse of $15,750. Race 5 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. That pool guaranteed at $7,500. Race 5 Post Parade. Number 1 is Robin's Tough Love. Jose Campos riding for trainer Juan Pablo Silva and owner Tricar Stables Incorporated. Number 2 is Tachyon Speed racing for Trinity Racing Stables Incorporated. Cheyenne Kerr riding for trainer Warren LeBlanc. Number 3 is Always Rosie. Amanda Vandermeersch has the call for trainer Howard Keene and owner Six Brothers Stable. Pier 1 Stables own the number 4, Fulcra. Edgar Zenteno rides for trainer Ken Albu. Number 5 is Now You See Me. Ishmael Mascara rides. John Sims trains and part-owns with Denise Carpenter. Completing the field, number 6, Bamboo's Babe. Alexis Sanchez riding for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Andrew Stronach. Scratch the 7, 1 minute to post. For race 5, $7,500 guaranteed late pick 4 kicks off here. Field for race 5 is now behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 6-5 favorite is the number 5, Now You See Me. Field of 6 to kick off the late pick 4 on today's card. That pool guaranteed at $7,500. First up, Robin's Tough Love, Jose Campos and Juan Pablo Silva already with a win on the card. Gate 2 for Tachyon Speed and Cheyenne Kerr. Always Rosie with Amanda Vandermeersch. Fulcra, Edgar Zenteno with a hat trick on the card. Now You See Me with Ishmael Mascara. Last in will be Bamboo's Babe and Alexis Sanchez. All set. And they're off. Fulcra broke like a shot from the center of the gate. Tachyon Speed also looking for position. Third along the rail is Robin's Tough Love. Then we have a cluster of hard-ridden Now You See Me trying to keep up. Always Rosie, and wide on the course, Bamboo's Babe is gaining position. But as they race into the turn at the 3.5 furlong pole, it is Fulcra and Edgar Zenteno up by 2. Tachyon Speed is being joined by Bamboo's Babe, who's on the outside. Hard-ridden from 4th is Robin's Tough Love with Always Rosie to her outside in the trailer, Now You See Me. Opening quarter, 22-4. It looks like it's going to take some catching of Fulcra. She's up by 2.5 and not asked for anything yet. Bamboo's Babe into second. Tachyon Speed stalling. Need more from Robin's Tough Love. Always Rosie, and nothing yet from Now You See Me. With a furlong to go, it's Fulcra, but here comes Bamboo's Babe down the outside. Fulcra still has a length. Bamboo's Babe is coming. Fulcra on top. Bamboo's Babe, one last surge. Fulcra looking for the wire. Fulcra coming to the wire. Fulcra holds on by a neck. Fulcra, then Bamboo's Babe and a late charging Tachyon Speed. 4th was Robin's Tough Love. 5 furlongs and 59-2. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 4, Fulcra. Second, number 6, Bamboo's Babe. Third, number 2, Tachyon Speed. And fourth, number 1, Robin's Tough Love. Unofficial race 5 order, 4-6-2-1. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 5th race, number 4, Fulcra. Fulcra is a 4-year-old bay filly by Old Forester out of Humbelina, bred here in Ontario by Northern Dawn Stables, Inc. Edgar Zenteno does it again, his 4th win in 5 races today on the card. Fulcra, trained by Ken Albu for Pier 1 Stables, picks up where she left off last season, kicks off the 2025 meet with a win, holding on by a neck to go 5 furlongs in 59-2. Congratulations to the connections of Fulcra. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. Race 5 is now official. Prices are up. Fulcra, 18-10 to win, 10-10 and 630. Second, number 6, Bamboo's Babe, 1780 to place, 920. Third, number 2, Tachyon Speed, 420 to show. $2 Exacta 4-6, $163 even. The $1 Try 462, $329.35. $1 Super 4621, $735.70. $2 Double 5-4, $22.40. The $1 Pick 3, $24.60. $1 Early Pick 4, $43.95. And the $1 Early Pick 5, $111.40. Save the date, the 90th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be taking place on Tuesday, September 9th. And new to Prince of Wales Day this year, we will be having a fashion contest to crown the best dressed at the 90th Prince of Wales. Changes for race 6, we have an overweight on the number 7, Name of the Game, 1 pound over at 113. 20 minutes to post.
Race 6 kicks off our final pick 3 on the card. 5.5 furlongs here on the main track, an allowance event for non-winners of 3 life. And be interesting to see how this 5.5 furlong sprint is going to shape up. I think there's a fair bit of speed on paper in here. And going with a horse that's probably a little bit of a wild card. It's going to offer more values than others here. And maybe this is the right spot for the 5 Grand Spirited. This one for Richard Davis. Husty Sport owns this one. Not necessarily a fast horse. I guess that is the concern, and this horse is cutting back in distance. But I think from a pedigree perspective, might come to life here on the dirt, and you just have to think those races, those non-winners, the 3 up at Woodbine, they've been a lot tougher than this group. And this horse was competitive, but as I mentioned, doesn't have a ton of speed. And when you look at the sprint races up there, this horse has at least been able to close. But we want to talk about a speed bias. You can see it here today. You saw it on opening day. He's going to have his work cut out for him. But I mentioned, I think there's a lot of speed on paper, and maybe he can close from off of it. Now, the horse to his inside, the 4, Sir Maximus, won a 2 in here for Juan Pablo Silva. Very impressive win last time out. Got a 70 buyer, taking them gate to wire, but that was a different ball game. Was going a mile there. I will say this horse can still be really quick. Look at the race at Los Al, going 6 furlongs, maiden 30. This horse aired in there, a career best number, took them gate to wire, and just was able to set fast fractions. I think this horse is a major, major player in here, and over the stablemate, I just think has faced tougher and has better figures. So that's why I picked the 4, Sir Maximus, rather than the 3, Lagarazzo. Finally, though, the number 2, Attestation. This one first off the claim here for Joe Humber. Took this one off of the Bill Theranos barn, fresh off the 2nd career victory. And obviously, this is a jump up for the son of American Pharaoh, but I think from a dirt perspective, should just be fine in here. And another one comes out of some races where when the fractions have unfolded on the front end and they've gone quick enough, this is a horse that's been able to rally from off the pace. So we'll just see how quick they go in here. But you know, DeFogger's shown speed in the past. Lagarzo likes to. Sir Maximus could be quick early, even Amber Light, which maybe we'll set up for my topic in here, the number 5, Grand Spirited. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's sixth race. Race 6 is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Traveling a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $24,600. Race 6 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and the final 20-cent pick 3 on today's card. Race 6 post parade. Number 1 is Defogger. Kirk Johnson riding for trainer Ken Albu and owner Pier 1 Stables. Number 2 is Attestation. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Number 3 is Ligarazzo. Leo Salas pilots for trainer Juan Pablo Silva and owners Tijuana Racing Stables and Tricar Stables. Also racing for Tricar Stables is the number 4, Sir Maximus. Jose Campos rides for trainer Juan Pablo Silva. Number 5 is Grand Spirited. Ishmael Mascara riding for trainer Richard Davis and owner Hesty Sport Incorporated. Number 6 is Amber Light, races for Dominic Colaleo. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Paula Loescher. Completing the field, number 7, name of the game, Matthew Dennis in the saddle for trainer George Newland and owner Suresh Ramroop. 2 minutes to post for race 6, final pick 3 of the day, offered here. Starting gate moving into position. Not much time left to get your race 6 wagers in. Current favorite at 4 to 5 is the number 4, Sir Maximus. Field for race 6 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First in, DeFogger with Kirk Johnson. Attestation with Chris Husbands. Ligarazzo, the first of 2 Juan Pablo Silva trainees. Leo Salas aboard. Sir Maximus at 6 to 5 with Jose Campos. Grand Spirited, Ishmael Mosquera. Amber Light, Edgar Zenteno, looking for his 5th win on the card. Still waiting on Amber Light. And now Amber Light has gone in. Last in will be the gray, name of the game, with Matthew Dennis. Amber Light backs out. Goes in. Name of the game will complete the line. All set. And they're off. Name of the game out sharply from the outside with Amber Light. Along the rail, Ligarazzo looking for the early lead. Sir Maximus had to hit on the brakes. He's sitting in 5th, being passed by DeFogger. Towards the back, Attestation and Grand Spirited. It's a speed duel up front. Name of the game being hounded by Ligarazzo on the outside, but now name of the game takes the advantage as they race into the turn. The opening quarter was completed in 22 flat. Amber Light 3rd on the outside of DeFogger trying to gain momentum. Grand Spirited trying to launch a rally. Sir Maximus looks beaten at the 5/16 pole, and the trailer is Attestation. Name of the game has opened up 5 lengths. He has a 1/4 mile to hold the advantage. Grand Spirited is into 2nd. He's been moving well past Ligarazzo up the inside DeFogger, but they've got a lot of work to do to catch Name of the Game. It's Name of the Game up by 5 with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Grand Spirited down the outside is the only threat, but Name of the Game still moving well. Name of the Game up by 5. It's Name of the Game and Matthew Dennis going on to a comfortable score. Name of the game wins by 3.5 at the end. Grand Spirited, then a late charge from Sir Maximus and Attestation. 5.5 in 104 and 2. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 6th race, number 7, Name of the Game. Name of the Game is a 4-year-old Greyer Roan gelding by St. Patrick's Day out of Adest, bred in Florida by Cynthia Eves Kaufman. Ridden to victory today by apprentice Matthew Dennis, Name of the Game is trained by George Newland for Suresh Ramroop. 3rd lifetime win in 14 starts for Name of the Game. He opened up the lead and held on to complete the 5.5 in a time of 1:04 and 2. Congratulations to the connections of Name of the Game. Hold all tickets until race 6 is made official. Race 6 is now official. Prices are up. Name of the Game returns $660 to win, $390 and $270. Second is the 5, Grand Spirited, $590 to place, $310. Third, number 4, Sir Maximus, $220 to show. $2 exacta, $7.5, $34.90. The $1 try, $7.54, $40.30. $1 super, $7.542, $88.20. $2 double, $4.7, $113.40. $1 pick 3, $69.35. And a reminder, we're going to have a concert featuring The Trip coming up on June 30th. Admission is always free. And Fort Erie would like to say thank you to our partners at Oneida New Holland Niagara, who supplied us with new tractors for the 2025 racing season. Changes for race 7. We are off the turf. Race 7 will now be contested at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Main track only, number 8, Foolish Games, draws in. Take note that that rider, Zarel Ford, will be riding with a 5-pound allowance. 20 minutes to post for race 7.
Race 7 kicks off the late double. It's a starter optional claiming event for fillies and mares. And that was originally carded for about 7 furlongs on the turf. So it changes a little bit here. It goes to a 1-turn race, 6.5 on the main track. And the starting point obviously is going to be the main track only runner. On the outside, the 8 Foolish Games. This one first off the claim now for these connections, who spent $10,000 on this one in her kind of debut as a 5-year-old up at Woodbine. And she showed a lot of speed, came up a little bit short to finish second, beaten by a head, but obviously was favored in there. Gizmo's BFF has turned out to be a decent horse at that level, and I think obviously she's set to take a step forward now in her second start of 2025. And this barn does very well claiming these horses and spotting them well. You see that with their percentage in terms of first off the claim, but I think the speed that this one has shown time and time again makes this one a threat. And let's not forget, she has actually raced here in the past. You have to go back to her 3-year-old campaign when she was the runner-up behind Fashionably Fab, who's turned out to be one heck of a race mare in the Rondo Bay. So Foolish Games, logical top pick in here. Talk about a few others, though. The number 5, Born to Be Good. This one for Stephen Cathcart, who had that winner on opening day. We had a really game second place finish here today with Bamboo's Babe. I think Born to Be Good was intriguing regardless of the surface. Now, the most recent win came going 1 mile and a 16th on the main track while in for 4,000. And this is tougher than she's faced in recent times, but a horse that had been competitive at starter optional claiming ranks back in 2023, both on the turf and the dirt. And curious to see what sort of trip this one will get. Obviously, Alexis Sanchez was aboard last time out and has been riding and the go-to rider for this barn. So I think they'll have some tactics where this one can maybe chase from off of it and try to get the job done. But we'll see what value she offers here, 8-1 on the morning line. I think she's going to come down from that. And finally, wide open from here, I'll give the number 3, Sweet Serenade, another look. She is 1 for 6 in her career on the dirt and was able to win here over a muddy track in a race that was originally carded for the turf. But since then, I think one thing that she does have going for her is some fitness. She has a couple of races under her belt this winter at a variety of tracks, including Charlestown and Mahoning Valley, and none of them were all that good. But the starters there in the States can be very tough. And then last time out, she didn't fire as well. So curious to see what she'll be able to do here. It's one thing that might work against her. She does lack some early foot. So for me, the main 2 that I'm focusing in on are the 8 and the 5. And it looks like they will be chasing the 8 Foolish Games in here. We'll have to see if they can pass her in the stretch. Good luck.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first winners of the non-winning ticket prize draw to report. Could Chris C. and Dan Resin please report to customer service to collect your prizes? That's Chris C. and Dan Resin. You are the winners of the non-winning ticket prize draw. Please head down to customer service. Field is making their way on track for today's 7th race. Race 7 is a starter optional claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $8,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $12,500. We are off the turf, so this race will now be contested at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. They're competing for a purse of $23,700. Race 7 post parade number 1 is Menagerie. Kirk Johnson riding for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Number 2 is Night Saber. Omar Marino pilots for trainer Barb Bailey and owner Jennifer Gutierrez. Number 3, Sweet Serenade races for Bruno Chicadans. Terry Husbands riding for trainer Julie Mathis. Number 4 is Gambler's Pose. Leo Salas has the call for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. We'll come back to the 5. Number 6 is Thunder Heavy Rain. Chris Husbands riding for trainer George Newland and owner Dwayne Newsom. Number 7, Princess Buchero, Pierre Mailhot riding for trainer Barb Bailey and owner Jennifer Gutierrez. Number 8 is Foolish Games, Zarel Ford riding for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. On screen now, number 5, Born to Be Good, Alexis Sanchez riding. Steve Cathcart trains and part owns with Joseph Roberto. Late double wagering offered here in the 7th. Field is heading into the chute. Last call to get your race 7 wagers in. Heavy favorite at 2 to 5 is the number 8, Foolish Games. Field heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Starter optional claimers, fillies and mares, kick off the late double here. First up, Menagerie. Last year's Molson Cup winner with Kirk Johnson. Night Saber, Omar Marino. Sweet Serenade and Terry Husbands. Gambler's Pose and Leo Salez. Born to Be Good with Alexis Sanchez. Thunder Heavy Rain and Chris Husbands. Princess Buchero, Pierre Mailhot. Last in, Foolish Games and Zarel Ford. All set. And they're off. From the center of the gate, Born to Be Good is showing speed with Thunder Heavy Rain. Here comes a rush on the outside from the favorite, Foolish Games. It's going to be Foolish Games leading the way out of the chute. She's up by 2. Thunder Heavy Rain races as a pair with Night Saber. They've opened up 2 on Born to Be Good. Then we have Princess Buchero, Gambler's Pose, and Sweet Serenade races a pair. The trailer is Menagerie. Foolish Games is freewheeling on a 2-length lead. The opening quarter was 22-3. Thunder Heavy Rain ahead better than Night Saber. It's a gap of 3 more to Princess Buchero, who's under a ride. Gambler's Pose and Born to Be Good come next. Sweet Serenade 4 deep trying to launch a rally, and it's well back to Menagerie, but they've got a lot of work to do to catch Foolish Games at 1-5. Foolish Games went the half in 45-4. There's a quarter of a mile left to go. Thunder Heavy Rain asked for more from second. Night Saber is third. Born to Be Good tips 3 wide to try and launch a rally with Sweet Serenade 4 deep and Gambler's Pose splitting horses. That 5 are all looking well, but they haven't got anywhere close to Foolish Games. Foolish Games is up by 5. Sweet Serenade into second. The duel for third is between Gambler's Pose and Thunder Heavy Rain, but Foolish Games going to be much the best here. Foolish Games and Zarel Ford going on to win by 3. Sweet Serenade second. A late rally for Princess Buchero, 6.5 in 118 flat. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 8, Foolish Games. Second is the 3, Sweet Serenade. Third, number 7, Princess Buchero. And fourth, number 5, Born to Be Good. Unofficial race 7 order, 8-3-7-5. And race 7 is now official. Now returning to the winner's circle, the official winner of today's 7th race, number 8, Foolish Games. Foolish Games is a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Reload out of Jungle Jewel, bred here in Ontario by Joey G. Thoroughbreds. Ridden to victory today by apprentice Zarel Ford, Foolish Games is trained by Tony Adamo for Icon Racing Stables. Foolish Games goes off the claim to score her 4th career victory in 15 starts, an impressive score, 6.5 furlongs and 118 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Foolish Games. Prices coming up shortly. Prices are up. Foolish Games, $250 to win, $210 and $210. Second, number 3, Sweet Serenade, $350 to place, $230. Third, number 7, Princess Buchero, $240 to show. $2 exacta, $8.3, $6.90. The $1 try, $8.37, $8.50. $1 super, $8.375, $25.05. $2 double, $7.8, $8.10. And the $1 pick 3, $52.15. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Race 8 is coming up in 17 minutes. Vet scratch the number 5, 40 Flash.
Event 6.5 furlongs on the dirt, and by far our best betting race on the program. Just one scratch in here of the number 5 40 Flash leaves us with a field of 8. Very competitive event, and there's some fresh faces here in the form of the 1 Valley Victory, the 2 Cost Basis, and keep on going. There's a lot of horses that we've never seen here, which I think is going to shake things up in terms of the complexion of our male dirt sprinters here at Fort Erie. But I think we need to start with the veteran here, the number 9 Victory March for John Sims, the 7-year-old son of McLean's Music, who is 5 for 7 locally here on the main track. Now, he's yet to miss out of the money here in those races, and I think when you look at his form, they've tried different things after the meet concluded here. They tried him on the surface up at Woodbine. They tried him on the turf. He's a dirt horse through and through. Prior to going to this barn, he had really competitive form down at Oaklawn Park, and he's not the speediest, but he can show speed. He can be closer to it. He can close from off of it, and I think he's at least worth talking about in terms of what we've seen so far. You know what you're going to get with him. You're going to get a horse that shows up. He draws to the outside here, which personally I don't mind for him. I actually think it'll work out well for him. You have to notice the workouts. He is working like a bear, very, very quick in the morning with each of those drills. So not necessarily getting creative on the top spot, but I did go to the 9 Victory March, the 4 Blue Max, my second choice in this field. There's one thing that he definitely has over Victory March, and that's that winter form. He's been able to race at Mahoning Valley, and the Connections claimed him for $8,000. They were able to win in their following start, jumping him up in class, and you can see they've made a conscious effort to protect him in most of those races. Now, he picked up his most recent win back in late January against First Level Allowance competition, and it was a big win. If you watch the way that he won, thought he was very impressive, and maybe his races since then he's fallen a little flat. I just don't know if everything's worked out for him. He had to get on the mud again and again, and a wet track has worked out for him, but I have to think that maybe tired him out a little bit, and I like that they gave him some time to regroup before the start of the meet here. This barn just does very tremendous work, and you can see he's 3 for 3 locally on the main track. And finally, I thought one of the fresh faces was really interesting, the 2 Cost Basis now in the barn of Julie Mass, a horse who I was able to see race this winter down at Oaklawn Park when he finished 3rd behind Principe Carlo, a former stakes horse who had a lot of backlash, was able to get the job done at the age of 9. That Oaklawn Park form, you might look at it and say they're $8,000 claimers. The purse money is very lucrative down in Hot Springs. You're getting big fields. It can be a very tough circuit to winter, and he ended up being 3rd in his following start, and then he won quite nicely, and they went fast on the front end. That race was, you know, on paper at least in the way it unfolded, should have set up for the closers, and he was able to take them gate to wire. And just looking at him here now in the paddock, he looks tremendous. I love everything about him. He just looks like a very good-looking animal, and very curious to see what he can do here in his Fort Erie debut. But we'll see if the 9 Victory March can already add to his very impressive local resume as he'll try to make it 6 for 8 here on the dirt.
Field is making their way on track for today's 8th and final race. Race 8 is a starter optional claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $8,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $12,500. Traveling a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $23,700. Race 8 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering. The carryover in excess of $1,500. Race 8 Post Parade, number 1, Valley Victory. Leo Salas rides for trainer Claudia Rabstein and owner John Grinsteins. Number 2, Cost Basis. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 3, My Two Aunt Jones races for Mamba 8 Racing and Icon Racing Stables. Alexis Sanchez in the saddle for trainer Josh Robillard. Kevin Buttigieg owns and trains the number 4, Blue Max, the rider Edgar Zenteno. Scratch to 5. Number 6 is Hixie. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Hey Ho Stables. Number 7 is Scat Factor. Chris Husbands riding for trainer Allison Jennings and owner Logan Freitz. We'll come back to the 8. Number 9 is Victory March. Ishmael Mascara rides for owner trainer John Sims. Field for race 8 heading into the chute. Last call to get your race 8 wagers in. Field for race 8 heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Favoritism been trading between the number 4 Blue Max and the number 9 Victory March. First to load is Valley Victory with Leo Salas. Cost Basis makes his Fort Erie debut with Kirk Johnson. My 2 Aunt Jones, a live long shot at 10-1. Blue Max with Edgar Zenteno. Hixie and Melanie Pinto. Scat Factor and Chris Husbands. Where is Essa with Juan Crawford. And favoritism shifted again. Victory March down to 8-5 with Ishmael Mascara will complete the line. All set for the nightcap. And they're off. A clean beginning, showing speed from the outside. Where is Essa? Cost basis also looking for position with My 2 Aunt Jones to his outside. Then we have Hixie with Victory March, Valley Victory, and Blue Max in a cluster. It is well back to Scat Factor, who has at least 10 lengths to make up on the leaders. Where is Essa? Now being pressured by Cost Basis on the inside. My 2 Aunt Jones attending the pace from third. The opening quarter was 22-4. Victory March is traveling nicely from the outside in fourth past Valley Victory, Hixie. Blue Max is biding his time and still 8 more lengths to Scat Factor. They race into the sunset turn, 3 furlongs to travel. Where is Essa? Still maintaining the lead, but here comes Victory March, looming large, 3 wide. My 2 Aunt Jones just put the head in front. The half was 45 flat, cost basis on the inside. Blue Max, not today, he's well back. It is Victory March who's put the head in front of My 2 Aunt Jones, who tries to fight back at the head of the lane. Victory March, My 2 Aunt Jones. Where is Essa? Clinging to the minor spots with cost basis, but here's Victory March. Victory March, the horse of the year from last year, takes off in the final 16th. Victory March and Ishmael Mascara going to score by 4 going away. My 2 Aunt Jones second. A photo for show between Cost Basis and Where is Essa, then well back to Blue Max. 1:15-3. Unofficial in race 8, the winner is number 9, Victory March. Second is the 3, My 2 Aunt Jones. Third, number 2, Cost Basis. Fourth, number 8, Where is Essa? In for fifth, number 4, Blue Max. Unofficial Race 8 order 93284. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of tonight's 8th race, number 9, Victory March. Victory March is a 7-year-old chestnut gelding by McLean's Music out of Victory on Tap, bred in Kentucky by Judy B. Hicks. Ridden to victory today by Ishmael Mascara, Victory March is owned and trained by John Sims. That's the 7th lifetime win for Victory March, 6 of which have come over the Fort Erie dirt. He does this in very impressive fashion. Quick time for the 6.5 furlongs, 1:15 and 3. Congratulations to the connections of Victory March. Hold all tickets. Never mind, race 8 is official. It's official. Prices are up. Victory March returns $360 to win, $260 and $210. Second, number 3, My Two Aunt Jones, $940 to place, $380. Third, number 2, Cost Basis, $290 to show. $2 exacta, $9.3, $32.90. The $1 try, $932, $81.05. $1 super, $9.328, $357.20. $1 high five, $93284, $380.65. Multiple winning tickets in the high five. The carryover into next week's card will be $2,840.02. $2 double, $8.9, $550. The $1 pick 3, $10.80. $1 late pick 4, $143.20. And the $1 late pick 5, $192.90. On screen now, the show photo from race 8. Jackpot high five carryover grows to $2,840. That will be up for grabs next week. Visit our website, fortierieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing resumes next week at Fort Erie, Tuesday, June 10th. Post time will be 4:30. Father's Day races coming up on Sunday, June 15th. Post time will be 12:15. We'll have the vendors, farmers markets, and the food trucks. And on top of all, and we want to say thank you to New Holland, Oneida New Holland of Niagara, for supplying us with tractors for the 2025 season. Wiener Dog races are coming up on Sunday, July 13th. Free admission. Registration details are available on our website. And on August 17th, we'll have the Basset Hound and Corgi races. Fort Foodie Fest is coming up on July 27th. Starts at noon. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. And that concludes the racing action here at Fort Erie Racetrack today. We want to thank everybody for joining us here at the Border Oval. We will be back next Tuesday. Post time again will be 4:30. Have a safe drive home and enjoy the rest of your Tuesday night.